Here. I wasn't going to stream originally, but I said screw it, let's do it. At the physical and special event split, this actually would have been a decent mod. Blue X, first in the house, welcome. Thank you for coming by. Christian, welcome, welcome. We'll be lurking. Well, I appreciate it. I was gonna just relax, but then I was like, you know what? I feel like playing some Kaizo. I spent the evening gaming with a friend, and he was like, I feel like I'm gonna open something good tonight. So he got some cases, and he finally pulled his first knife in the game. So we gamed pretty late. The way it works is that the guns go from light blue to purple to pink to red, and then there's like a 1 in 500 chance to pull gold, and he finally pulled his first gold. So we celebrated and hung out for a while. Oh, if he hits that, I'm dead. Let's try to lower that accuracy. Nice, GG. Would have been interested in running this, but it's a physical attacker and not a special, and the plus speed nature didn't give it enough speed. Really just because it has so much health. Too many points went into the health stat. Hopefully you guys had a chance to check out the video posted today. I will be posting one every Sunday. Next week's is pretty good. My favorite is week 3. I think that was the best one. And technically also week 8 was crazy. Hey yo, in chat now, nice. Number 3. Suruda. Did you catch that video, Christian? Just curious who may have watched it. I mean, it's cool that we got the Blissey. Has a really good ability. Sadly, just the stats aren't what I would have wanted. No defense, no special attack, low speed, or below average. I wouldn't say it's low. Low would be it's still at 9 at level 8. But it is not fast enough. It's on your watch list? Nice. I had an issue with my mic after week 1. So this first week is going to be like in raw time of playing the match. Then for a few weeks it'll be voiceover. And then I think I had finally fixed it near the end. Mostly because I had no idea I even was having a mic problem. It was activating, but then when I went back to the videos post-haste, it just never picked up any audio. Big sad. What sucks too is that I know my commentary in raw time was a lot better after the first week. First week I was pretty nervous. So I know the commentary was kind of light on today's video. But I had started getting better at it as the tournament went on. So I'm a bit sad that I lost that audio. It's okay though. I guess I could do Skarmory. It's not a terrible pivot. Not what I was looking for, but to get to level 5. Skarmory is pretty good. Good typing. Two weaknesses. Our second win was with the same typing. That is much better. Especially tanky. I'm gonna risk it. Don't know if it has offense. I want to say it doesn't. Umbreon is your favorite evolution? Hell yeah. No offense. Damn, dude. It had offense without the special attack drop. Also doesn't have the best speed. That speed is actually lower than the Blissey was. A waste of an Aura Sphere, yeah. Stab Hydro Cannon. Alright, didn't do much. Just missed 2 tackles? That's crazy. Yeah. Did the tracker switch around the RNG? Did I have their RNG and they had mine? Or were they just mirroring me? Because I was also missing the Bone Rush. My presumption is it was hustle. If they miss like that, my presumption is usually that they're hustle. Makes their physical attacks 0.8 accuracy for a 1.5 boost. At least we're gonna be tanky to hopefully scout safely. Yeah, without minus special attack, I would have had average special, and then just had to worry about being slow. Would be cool to get something like a Magmar tonight. Haven't had one of those in a few streams. I don't think I have one of those evolution items. No, no evolution items. Okay. Last time we got to use an evolution item, I think it was Clamperl, actually. I did a, I think that was last week. I remember it being our first time evolving Clamperl. Might have been a week before that. Dark Pulse. That's cool. Melodic, yes. Sidewave's not great. Special defense is not great. We'll see. We'll see. It is faster. isn't saying much for level 9, but split attacker. I mean, obviously it's more physical than special. Special is technically like one tick under. That would be like 18, 19 at level 8. Ability is useless. I don't know, maybe. Might be good. Kind of basic, to be honest. Take a quick look over here. Still got one more. Yeah. I mean, I'll take plus or minus if the alternative option was like stall, color change, slow start, or truant. Right, like there definitely are worse abilities. It's just we pretty much are running a Pokemon with nothing. Doesn't give them anything on Trace, doesn't give me anything, doesn't hold me back. Or Klutz. Klutz is another one that I wouldn't want. Next move at 13, okay. So I gotta get through all of these fights before I get my new move. I'll get that right before going to the tower. Spikane is not the worst. You know, it's one of the strongest multi-hit move, and it does not make contact and it does not miss or have low accuracy. So I think Spike Cannon can carry a little bit for the early game. Except when you find that. Good flinch. Good flinch. Technician would be really good on this. Yeah, I didn't think of that. That makes Spike Cannon 30 base power per hit. Or no guard. Honestly, I would have also taken no guard. Being fast and having guillotine. Or skill link. Having skill link also could have been okay. This is between 0.5 up to 1.5 of our level. So like, let's say we're level 20, it's between 10 to 30 HP of damage, but it's not accurate. I'm gonna say that's okay to get rid of. Super Luck could actually technically work as well, right? Because you get a +1 to your crit rate, and every time it hits, it has a potential of getting a crit. Right, I have enough PP to get through the tower. Do I have enough damage output? What was the copium? It was a rat. Hey, nice. We hit those. I mean, it had a +9 accuracy. So instead of 30, it was 39. Crit. Nice, good 4-hit. Ooh, kind of wanted to level up right there, but we'll get it right here. Nice, nice. 3 for 3. We'll take that. Giga Drain. I can't use that. Damn. Dies to sand. Good. Nice. Damn. Damn paralyzed, dude. Ugh, that's tough. I should just click guillotine on the first turn unless the Wolverine X psych up. I was getting eruption, not bad. Return, not bad. Water pulse late game. Skirmer had pickup with stab, Metal Claw, and Steel Wing. Good stat distribution. That might have been a better pivot, but Shadow Claw. Bone was the last one I didn't see. Oh well. It's a good start, good start. I don't mind losing there for the first file of the night. It's not like we had the best options. The Buzz Aldrin. I don't know, I have a feeling we're gonna find the item for it. It's an item I haven't seen in a while. Okay. If we don't Bronzong is a good pivot. Reversing Rampardos. So as long as we can hit the Bone Club. I almost did the Torkoal. Nope, no item. Still one more before we start scouting for pivots. I'd say his evolution tree isn't as good as Magmar, is the only thing. It's really like 4 good evolution options. Jolteon, Magnezone, and Pharos. Luxray. Magmar has a bunch that are really good. That's because Magmar has Fire Starter Pokemon available for it. Speed type. And he has Synthesis and Water Spout. At least I have 20 Bone Clubs. There's the burn though. Now I'm not going to do enough damage. That's going to be GG. Yeah, unfortunate. Magnezone evolution. Cloud 9. Levitate Bronzong. With Nasty Claw, Discharge. Psycho Boost, Magma Storm. It would have been a split attacker, but still, it probably would have been good. No offense. We cooked 2, 3, 4, 5. This is going to be a good one. Oh, the Riz. Special attacker. Slow. Ability gives it max attack when hit by a crit, which doesn't really help it being a special attacker. I'll likely have to pivot due to speed. We're versing Shelder. Pretty much guaranteed to win with that special attack and Giga Drain. Another Buzz. So we're versing Aaron. More? It's perfect. Nice. Electabuzz could be a pivot. Probably will leave it as our backup because it also has Poliwrath there, so we can scout the two of them. So, out of the normal types, I believe Tauros is 490. Not my particularly favorite to run in normal types, because you're not given the advantage of resistances, right? When we run Magmar, for example, we resist grass, fire, bug, steel, right? He gets the advantage of like, all right, he may take hits, but not every hit will do its true damage. I think that's why fire types do well for us. Even like when we ran the Manectric, resisting steel, I think it resists one more type. I'm blanking on it. So like there's benefits to having a typing, even though every typing has weaknesses. Not saying that it can't be good. Tauros could be good, but it would need to have a lot going for it to keep the value of other Pokemon around that, like mid-range BST. Kind of thinking, well, Wailord might be the first pivot. Having Drizzle could be good. It has 2 abilities. Obviously, Drizzle makes Thunder scary. But if it has a water move, if it's fast Wailord with Water Spout and Drizzle, that would be amazing. That could honestly get to the Elite Four. I was thinking that too. Imagine if it has Thunder. If it does have Thunder, we would just have to be careful of weather changing Pokemon or Cloud 9 Pokemon. Attack pressure is pretty good. If it had Weather Ball, that would be really cool as well. 100 base power water move. You haven't found the next level up on it? There it is. Just had to say something. No Drizzle, but I wanted to see if it had color change, Truant, anything like that, or Stall. It's not Stall, not any of those 3 to be honest. So the only one it could be is maybe Normalize. I mean, I guess I could have that as the backup, right? Go and scout the Electabuzz and Poliwrath first, while we still have pretty good bulk. We took that Rock Climb really well. So was that Rock Climb super effective? If it wasn't super effective, then it was Normalized. Metronome, Rock Climb. It would. That's Normalized. Yeah. Wow. I'm glad I caught that. Is Metronome, Rock Climb. Wait, is Rock Climb a rock move? Or is it a normal? I gotta Google that. Because we don't get that move until the very end of the game when we finish the 16th gym. Lord Zanba, welcome. Rock Climb is a normal type move? It is normal, yeah. The tracker wouldn't tell us because it was done through Metronome. Good evening, good evening. Decided to do a little bit of a late night stream tonight. Not bad, not bad. Polyrath could be an option. Oh, nice, Samba. Thank you. Zanba, I'm curious, did you get a chance to watch the content I released today? We will have one each Sunday. No worries. No worries at all. Physical is pretty decent on the Polyrath. I'm a little worried the defense is not. It's good speed. And fight script. Okay. Not S tier. Not terrible. I know Vital Throw and Ember on the Electabuzz. Does he have anything else? Magnitude? Okay. And Fire Fang, ooh. That could be pretty good. I think we do Electabuzz. And if it's not good, we have the Copium in Wailord. We can also scout the last one right here for now, while we're still tanky. I don't know if the Electabuzz is slow. So randomized evolutions, correct. For the most part, if it levels up through level, that will be accurate. The evolution is randomized through an understanding of what the base stats are. So like Trico's evolution being Grovyle, roughly about 400 to 410 in that range. So the evolution options are consistent to grass types that are in that area. Because Trico is mono grass, all of its evolutions are of grass variants. So they can have secondary typings, but they will be grass types. And it will not evolve into Grovyle. So when you use, best example I like to use is Golbat. Golbat evolves into Crobat through friendship. So that's by raising that friendship with that Pokemon, and it's poison flying. And Golbat is about 515. So you get a lot of flying types like Gyarados, Charizard, another high BST flying type. Togekiss, I guess, maybe, possibly. I don't remember if Togekiss is on that. But you also get the poison types like Venusaur, Muck, man, I'm really blanking on it. Oh, Tentacruel. So it would not be guaranteed to evolve a second time if it normally could. Correct. So like for Trico, it has Carnivine as an option. So it could evolve into a Pokemon that has no evolutions. Or Wormadam. And then a unique one is Porygon 2. So Porygon 2 is 515 BST, and Porygon Z is 535. but the normal types of that area, taking out Porygon Z for a Porygon 2 evolution, you only have Snorlax and Blissey higher than Porygon 2. So then it has Lickilicky also at 515. It has Ursaring, which is 500, and Porygon 2 actually can go down in BST by evolving. When evolved into, well, let me restate that. When a Pokemon is evolved by a stone, so like Victory Bell, Weeping Bell would normally evolve into Victory Bell through stone. It limits how many moves that stoned evolution will learn. So Poliwrath only learns 2 moves, but the evolutions actually don't have that, which is pretty cool. Evolutions do still learn moves. I mean, Tauros isn't the worst. It has stab Body Slam. And I'm pretty tanky, so even though it didn't do a high amount of damage, it'd be decent. Pokemon's normal evolution included in the random evolution pool, where the base stats reshuffled upon evolution. So Trico would evolve into Grovyle in the normal game. It would never evolve into Grovyle here. So the answer to your first question is no, it's not included in the pool. Every Pokemon, when the game is reset, takes all Pokemon, which here specifically it's 501, and that number includes variants. So it includes all of the Deoxys variants, all of the Rotom variants, which each get their own stat distribution of their BST and abilities. So if a Pokemon is already set to it, right? Let's say I have an Eevee and I use a Firestone on it, and its evolution turns into a Charizard. This stat distribution that is normally on Charizard when I got it in the lab would be the same as Eevee evolving into Charizard. The only difference would be the nature. So if you have an Eevee with a plus attack and minus speed, whatever it evolves into will keep that nature. And if it has a second ability on the Charizard, it's still 50-50 on what ability you gain when evolved. Yeah, I hope that was comprehensive. Happy to answer any questions. If you ever come across another thing that you want to inquire about, feel free. My goal, ultimate goal, is to one day get an Eevee with a Sunstone and evolve into Metagross. Get a legal 600 BST Pokemon. a little worried Tauros just doesn't have the offense. Like, I would kind of expect Body Slam to do more damage. I am tanky, but I shouldn't be tanking it that easily. There's the third one. Okay. So let's do the original plan. Go with the Electabuzz. If we don't like it, go with the Wailord. If we don't like that, well, we'll have Tauros as a Copium backup. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's the best I could have asked for. It's a little slow. It's a little slow. I grant that. Understanding. Has no weakness. Best ability it could have asked for. Only weakness would be the ability Mold Breaker. And that Pokemon would need to have a ground type as well. Immediately start with a wall. Cool. Good flinch. Yeah, right? No Electrovisors. Guess I don't really need Ember, right? I'm not a big fan of Vital Throw, but it would be using our physical attack. We get one more move before the tower. We could full send this, or we can scout. Because offense and speed, they're not above average, sadly. I'd say there's about 10 extra points in special attack that we didn't need. In the base stat, I should say, the 10 extra points, because it when it's at like 11 base stat, that special attack wouldn't hit 10 until we're like level 14 to 16. And there could be a hidden Kingdra or Empoleon in the grass. But if you guys want to full send it, I'm totally down. Pretty cool mon that we got right now. He's a bee and he just found honey. The Dark Cave, almost never. More recently, I've done it on a rare occasion, very, very rare occasion, but it is considered a dungeon. And when we get to the 8th town, we have access to the other side of the dungeon, which gives us, I think it's 12 items, if I remember the count right. When we go in through this side, we only get 2 items, and we no longer have access to the rest of them. So three pivot options that are not guaranteed to be good, in my opinion, just isn't as valuable as attempting to get to the end game, where as you reach that point, you just completed the gym gauntlet, very tough, and the even tougher radio tower, where it is important to use items to keep the run going. So when you're there at the 8th town, we've been in situations where we didn't have the items needed to go to Claire, but then we go into that cave and get some heals, and that helps build our run back into having the sustainability we need. We've also had luck where the entire run we never got a heart scale, and then we go in that cave and lo and behold we find a heart scale, which we would not have gotten on the 2 items available in the early game. So more times than not, I don't go in there. Because we are playing to win, and I think the strategy is best to get the items later than earlier. Supersonic, it's only 55% accurate. And stop to buy soundproof, I want to say no. Which means these are the moves we go into the tower with. Magnitude 9 and 10 is stronger than Earthquake, which is pretty cool. And you get more PP. It's just tough when you keep rolling 4s and 5s. Alright, here we go. It was not a fun start to the tower. We need an electric move. We need Spark. Spark would be so good on this. miss. I'm gonna say no to that. +2 defense. Magnitude 7 is 70 base power. That's not bad. I'll take 7s. 7 to 10 is what we're always looking for from it. There you go. You have 3 resistances with this: electric, flying, and steel. Focus Blast. Do I like that more than Vital Throw? It's less accurate and special. That Flygon was a physical wall. I'm gonna say no. Beat it to the gym. Good miss. Good 10. Give me all the Pokemon weak to ground. Last one. And he throws. Oh, shoot. Perfect. We break through. GG. Can't use that. All right, now that we're past the gym, if anyone has a name for it, let me know. I think we have, I'd say, I'd give it like a 3.5 star right now. We need a better move than Vital Throw. You won't have a name for it. My thought was to name it the lady from the Bee movie. Her name was Vanessa Bloom. But if somebody has a different name, give you a minute. Pretty sure that's how it's spelled, right? Yeah. All right, let's see how well he can do. Extra anime. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's been about 6 months just for this game alone. It's been quite a lot. But we're gonna win it. I believe in us. Wake up, slap. That's funny. What is an IronMon challenge? Great question. So let me first start by saying we are doing a variant of it called the Kaizo IronMon challenge, which adds even more rules. IronMon is a Nuzlocke based challenge. However, being that we are doing the Kaizo version, this specific Nuzlocke only allows you to run one Pokemon, with your other one being for HMs, like Cut, Surf, Rock Smash. And the rules are you cannot heal out of battle, cannot use healing moves, you cannot buy items other than repels and Pokeballs. When you enter a dungeon, you cannot leave to go to the Pokemon Center. You have to complete the dungeon. You cannot use TMs that are on the ground. You have to use the ones given by gym leaders. Everything is randomized, base stat distribution, ability, and learned moves, as well as the TMs themselves and who may learn those TMs. Cannot use Pokemon over 600 BST unless you get an evolution. like if you got Eevee to evolve to Metagross using the Psychic Evolution. Cannot use moves like Spore, Assist. There's one more that I'm blanking on. Hey, AM, welcome. I am awake because I slept before streaming. What else to the rules? Honestly, 100% extra anime. I tried. I think it was right before I started doing this one. I tried doing the Radical Red, which people say is pretty hard. And my honest opinion of it was too easy. I did a challenge with a friend of mine where we competed to see who could get further, and I put extra restrictions on myself, and I still was able to get to Misty without a problem. Oh, and so there are legendaries that are under under 600 BST. However, as you see on the screen, there are favorites that we can get. You're only allowed one legendary favorite. So if you do have access to a different one, we're not able to run it unless it's your favorite. And legendaries are not available in the grass for this version. They are in FireRed, I believe. And then in national decks, there is no legendary clause on how many you can have available to you. They just have to stay under 600 BST. Once again, unless you evolve into the legendary. So like, oh, persistent tank. So like we had Duraludon in FireRed national decks evolved into a Latios. That was our one legendary that we've ever been able to run at 600. You love it when you have to restrict yourself to make the game harder? Absolutely. I mean, that's how I've been able to stream this for as long as we have. It puts a challenge on me to perform as best as I can. And with everything randomized, it's always different. So it hasn't gotten stale. Come on. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Stat horn attack is actually really strong. Okay, so in this position, I don't really have any big heals. I mean, we could do one. See how much he does. Oh no! They should have attacked. I normally risk it for the biscuit because, like, if I landed a magnitude 9 or 10, it would probably die. You have the full heal. I think we have to use it because playing out the up to 5-turn sleep. Damn. Mock Punch, Transform, Iron Tail, Ancient Power, Thunderfang at the 6th gym, which would be Jasmine. Yeah, we definitely didn't want to evolve that. It was a Wailord, like, it had Crab Hammer. It had Pickup for its secondary ability. Calm Mind. We're gonna look at that Porygon Z as well. I'm curious what its stats were like. Yeah, no offense. I mean, it had Technician, but its stab moves weren't being lifted by Technician. Bane Attack would have. Pure Power. That's how he was able to do so much damage with that Horn Attack. Unlucky. And even though I did have a special attack, it was immune to it. So it's almost like I needed to take the Focus Blast when I was offered it. Oh, that's another important rule extra anime that I failed to mention. So Pure Power is absolutely broken. It doubles your base stat of your attack stat, right? So being 79, we'll make it 80 for easy math. That's 160 base attack that this Porygon Z had. The rule for us is that you are only allowed to run Pure Power or Huge Power Pokemon if they are under 400 BST. So that would be like Sableye, Mawile, I think Ariados is 385. Alternatively, if the Pokemon is 400 to 410 and can evolve, so like we did it once with a Wailmer who is I think 410 or 405, because it evolves at level 40, it is allowed to have Pure Power, Huge Power. And if you are above those numbers, so for us, if we were running this Porygon Z, we're not forced to pivot. We are only forced to never click a physical attack. We have to click special attacks only. So we could click Draco Meteor, Bubble Beam, and that's it. The rest of them we can't. All right, Am, you have yourself a great day. Thank you for joining. Damn. Tank with 170 health and 130 defense, and then Pure Power, that's just absolutely broken. And of course, it had to be the level 23 when we were level 24. What if it only has physical moves? Then it's an invalid run. You're not allowed to use that mon. So you pretty much have to pivot if that's the case. Own tempo? Ooh. I haven't had this ability in forever. My favorite ability. We have Stab, Ice Punch. We are split attack, sadly. Special attack and defense needed to get switched. But if we were to get like Water Spout, we have good speed. This could be a good run. I like it. This is the ability in which we use to win our very first Kaizo challenge. The reason extra anime that I expressed that this is a Kaizo IronMon and not just a regular base IronMon is in IronMon there is no 600 clause, the ST clause. There is no clause for using healing moves like Drain Punch, Recover, and you're using a full team of 6, not just 1. Far easier. Hey, Extra Anime, thank you for the sub. You brought us to the right number of 375. We're getting quite close to hitting that 400 mark. I think the only way we would have beaten that Porygon Z is if I, instead of healing, had clicked Magnitude and landed a Magnitude 10. If I landed anything below a 10, I don't think I was KOing it. His Vital Throw, being super effective, was 140 base stat, so we needed to hit something at that. Maybe a 9 could have KO'd it, would have been 110 base power, but a Magnitude 10 would have been 150, a little bit stronger. You okay, Zuko? You okay? Whew, he is strong. Nice, GG. Encore. Well, I can't keep Absorb, so we'll take it. What do we think? Do we run it? We're fast and we're strong. The only problem I really see with it is low HP, low defense. I don't want to do this. Maybe just do it extra. Yeah, that's fine. Zamba, you'll be next for the rival. I always just like to showcase the new subscriber. Can't tell if that's an evil smiling face. Okay. Seems solid besides the defense, yeah. I mean, we could scout, but I don't remember the last time I had an own tempo Pokemon in HeartGold. Which is good on a Pokemon like this when you have high attack and low defense, not having to worry about confusion damage to yourself. Really good. You can also make use of things like Outrage, Petal Dance, Thrash. Ice and fire coverage is really good too. Mega kick. Yeah, that's fine. This guy's gonna win punching and kicking. I would really like to get Water Spout on this. Water Spout, Weather Ball would be pretty decent, because with Weather Ball, you get 2 weathers becoming stab, both Drizzle and Snow Warning, on top of not taking Weather Chip from Snow Warning. You know, with the ability, the berries cannot confuse us either. So like, minus defense should be the... It's not Aqua, I think it's Ayapa. No, Drizzle was on the Hippopotas. We have own Tempo Lapras, which keeps it from getting confused. Welcome, JDX. Hope you're doing well. Own Tempo is our first ability that we won with. It's an amazing ability. I would not say it's trash. Rash, which would be amazing with own tempo. It would be pretty good. 90 base power. Outrage would be really good. I would take Outrage. I want to say it's Ayapa for the minus defense. I could be wrong. It's a little bit niche of a situation, right? Like, we're not using that berry too often. Ayapa berry gives you 12.5% heal recovery at half health. However, if the Pokemon has a minus defense nature, the berry confuses it. Let me double check that it's IAPA. Yes, IAPA minus defense, which we get from the yellow shard. But being that we don't get confused, we can use that berry. Master Bro, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. It's so weak. It's such a weak move, but I guess if they have low HP, right? Let's say I do 98% damage, could be a good finisher. It's not too often that I need Encore. Doing well. Thank you for asking. We're just gonna try to punch and kick and beat up anything in our way. Misclick. That's okay though. Still one shot. Phase again. That would have been cool. Would have been a pretty late pivot though. Good hit. Definitely need something to cover for water types. I would love to get like Seed Bomb. No contact. Alright, this next fight we should level up. Dive wouldn't be too bad on this. I would take dive. Resort. Stronger than Mega Kick and 100% accurate, but we can only click it after all other moves were clicked. It's even stronger than Stab Ice Punch when both are neutral. Obviously the two choices are Mega Kick and Beat Up to get rid of. What do you guys think? Which move would you take out to take Last Resort? Mega Kick is a good answer to water types. Kind of leaning towards Beat Up. it's super weak, and it doesn't even count as super effective. It ignores yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards beat up. And the level 15, even though it's 600 BST, easy one shot. I think Last Resort will help in the gym, because if we click all 3 of the other moves, if the 8th is the 4th or 5th Pokemon being at level 20, we'll have a very strong move to hit it with, rather than hoping we hit the Mega Kick. For the version of what we're playing now, correct, it only does first 4 generations. There are national dex options, but they are not available for HeartGold. We did complete FireRed national dex and Emerald national dex, which has all 9, and it also has Fairy type. Right, let's do this. Good luck. Great. I want to say we might get to level 22. Really depends on what this Pokemon is right here. Maybe. Yeah, I think we might get to level 22 at the end of the gym fight. Right. Big win. Want to see a bunch of grass or flying types. Ooh. Well, you get to activate Last Resort. Of course, we start with just a bunch of walls. I should have held the berry juice. I didn't think of that. That would have been so much better. I didn't think I had the berry juice. Can you click something else for me, please? Yep, there you go. Oh my god, it does just as much. Yeah, this is gonna be GG. Maybe. He can miss. He can miss the Mega Horn. It does less damage. Okay. Spit up. Not good. Another rock water type. Okay, one more. Perfect. Oof. That was tough. I would have been able to take it out. Maybe I should have just clicked the Last Resort and hope for the best, because I would have saved all of my heals. Nasty Plot is pretty cool. We get some special attacks. Able to learn Nasty Plot. Okay. Alright. We We struggled there, for sure. It's because I don't have any coverage for rock type right now. Yeah, he was one of our 7 Pokemon that we couldn't hit. If I had just clicked Last Resort, I was moving first and I was one-shotting it, we actually would have saved all of our heals. Yeah, hindsight always gonna be 2020. I simply just try to play that safely. So now we just have to pray 3 heal items before Bugsy would be ideal. Can you get in the ball? Oh my gosh. Yes, the Doduo that we were trying to catch right there did not have Intimidate. So it would have been our HM Pokemon, which needs to have an ability where it does not affect battles in a double fight. So we can't do Arcanine because of Forewarn. It informs us of a move that they would have. This is good. Another Ice type allows them to kind of, if they're choosing a super effective move, they might choose Jinx over Lapras. Come on. Almost wish I kept beat up. Would have helped. Has double stab. Oh. There we go. Human-shaped Pokemon. Yep, perfect. And the other Doduo had Intimidate, which would lower the attack, which definitely affects double fight. Alright, I'm gonna go and grab the items real quick, but the step after that would be to name the Lapras. So if you have a name suggestion, please let me know.
Right? What shall we name her? Any thoughts? Lazuli. I like Lazuli. Lazuli. We've done Lapis before, which is a good one. Kind of like perfect for it, but I like switching it up. It is almost 5. I'm gonna feed my cat real quick. I don't know if you can hear it on the mic, but he's telling me what time it is, demanding his first meal of the day. Yep, so give me 1 second. Yeah. All set. Thank you. That's tough. That is also tough. I do really like this Pokemon. I wouldn't say it's a 4-star yet. We need some better moves. 2 or more better moves.
Getting some special attacks would really help. Wouldn't mind Ice Shard. Obviously, having 2 ice moves aren't the best, but would give us a no contact move that's still stab. Next move at 27. That's when we're. I think we're at 27 right outside of the cave. Might be in the cave depending on what this level 23 is. Yeah, not much XP off of this. Mega kick, miss. There we go. Okay. Red candy, nice. This TM and the last TM, both moves that we already had. Nice punch and beat up. Tropius. Not getting any good items. Rare candy is nice, but it's only really used at the end for the Elite Four. Miss. Triple miss. Alright, we made it through. In prison. Oof. We only have 4 items before the gym. If we can get 1 heal, I shouldn't have to stress. Hyper Potion. Alright. A little bigger than I wanted, but I'll take that. You can get a super potion on one of these 2 items down here, then we should be able to save our hyper potion until later game. Sadly, don't get a new move until after the gym. Probably be leaving at level 31. I'm a little worried about the double fight. If we take 2 physical moves, we're gonna take a lot of damage.
That's an agua berry. Yeah, I totally forgot. Cool.
Okay, that's something. Not a lot, but it's gonna be like 8 health. Nice crit. Awesome. We can do this. I believe. Good freeze. Right, this next fight is the one I worry the most about here. On the Agua Berry for this fight. Now, I mean, I'm thinking I'd risk it for the biscuit. Just hope that the typings are good in our favor. If the typings are in our favor, we should just be able to one-shot everything quickly. Oh, so close. Wow, and he gets the crit.
Damn. Growl, Poison Tail would have been okay. Headbutt could have helped. Sharpen. Me first could have been cool. We were getting Aqua Tail at Morty. That would have been really good. No Aurora Beam. No Flamethrower. Damn. I don't think a crit would have saved us. Sorry. I don't think healing with the Hyper Potion would have saved us either. Because he crit. If he didn't crit, then maybe. And we were risking a Flame Body right there as well. And the effect spore on the Hippowdon, yeah. With 2 fighting type moves. She had potential, but we needed a move to cover for water types. That was our downfall. And if I didn't force the heals on Faulkner, I would have been able to heal when going against the Wormadam. Heat proof, that could have been cool. Get Flamethrower. Aeroblast. It was a good try. It was a good try. Low defense was our downfall for sure. Low defense and not the best coverage. Oh. I feel like we have to go Empoleon. Melodic obviously has the better matchup and is a little higher in BST. But I think we gotta go with the Empoleon, right? Better typing. He's built the exact same way. Except this time his special attack is a little higher than the physical attack. But just above average speed, low defense. He doesn't have special defense like the Lapras had. It's okay. I would have wanted the stats to be better though. Gotta go for the favorite. We have super effective Energy Ball for the Melodic. Our ability sucks. Literally the only point of this ability is, you know how normally I throw the HM Pokemon into the PC? This ability just makes it so I don't have to do that one step. Stone. Did we look for the Eevee? It would be a lot of scouting just to not pivot if there is no Eevee, but there's always that 7% chance to get the Metagross. It's tempting. Melodic is a high XP yield. We might even hit level 9. You win these, Empoleon. You win these.
GG. Our defenses are too low to use Bide. It's not even a good move for Kaizo anyways. I'll leave it up to chat. We can scout due to the low defenses, or we can just full send. Our offense is really high. I'd say that's the one thing this has going for it. It's very strong. And has good speed. Whoops, I did not mean to click 3 A's. Have to full send it. Just Leroy Jenkins it. I'd say about 70% of the Empoleons we've ran are actually the opposite speed. You always get very, very slow Empoleons that are super bulky. So actually getting to move first while still hitting like a truck, I'm down to use it. Ooh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Oh, nice. Level 11 already. And we have a Shedinja answer. Not bad. I really won't be clicking Peck too often. I mean, I guess on bug types, it would be stronger than Poison Fang. But yeah, because it would be stronger than Poison Fang and resisted by Energy Ball and Brick Break. Dragon Scale. Full send. hope would be to get near perfect coverage, like under 150 neutral, and the rest are super effective. Because with how strong we are, if we're able to hit 75% of the Pokemon super effectively, my child. As long as we move first and we hit hard, we should have pretty smooth sailing. Our biggest worry would be like Mach Punch or if we are using physical moves, getting paralyzed, for example, and then not moving first. There's a Pidgey. Okay. Blue Shard. Alright, not bad. Bullet Seed. No contact. But an energy ball is stronger. So it would really just be for the PP. Yeah, I'm gonna say no to that. We get another move next level up. I guess Peck also covers for poison types too. Damn, that's unfortunate. I think one of these two fights will have a legendary. Kind of gotten some pretty low XP, and it's gonna compensate for that in a moment. I have a feeling it's either that or one of the trainers before the gym leader will have the legendary. Yeah, decent items. Yep, I called the legendary. Knew it. There's our XP. Oh, no. Oh gosh. I guess resistant energy ball is stronger. It's 40 base power. Let's hope. Ah, GG. Damn. Silly poison type. 172. Hypercutter could have been better. We were getting brine. Bite would have been really good too. Damn. Just need to get a little further. There's no point healing. He did, what, 92% of my health? And I only had 20 HP stuff. There was no point healing. That's a max min build right there, yeah. $46, $56, $11, $150, $172. Brian would have been literally the best, one of the best moves we could have been given. Let's try it again. I meant to look at the melodic. Oh well. Ooh, this is a tough choice too. Do we do an evolution with one weakness, or we do a ghost type with 2 immunities? Yeah, our defense was just that low. Probably the lowest it's possibly able to be. I don't think I've seen a stat lower than 11 before. And our HP didn't really compensate for that, right? Because like a Blissey in the regular game with so much HP, it can sometimes take those physical moves even though its base stat defense is like 5 or 15. What do you guys think? Gengar or Jolteon? Normally would say evolution. Kind of tempted to do Gengar, but I'll leave it up to chat. What you guys think? With the suction cup. Our attack isn't as high, right? So, ooh, I could pivot. I was gonna say, for the rival fight, we use Super Fang followed by Nature Power. If it's at 50% health, that Earthquake from it should KO the Jolteon. Or we could pivot. Wow, I saw all three already? Boom and Wild Boom. I mean, since I already saw all three right there, it might not hurt to scout everything. Nature Power, for the most... Oh, 2 pivot options, okay. For the most part, it's not going to be the best move for us, but what's cool about it is when we're in the gym, it'll turn into Tri-Attack using our special attack. Sizzle. With Speed Boost. We're not that fast, is why I'm considering pivoting. Not the fastest, and our special defense is like just below average. Speed Boost Scizor could be cool. 1 weakness. What do you think, Zamba? Do we do Scizor or do we go with Gengar? Our HP is also pretty low. Not even at 20 HP. Scizor... I mean, Gliscor is pretty cool too. Intimidate Gliscor. Speed Boost is pretty tempting, yeah. That's my logic, is like, knowing both abilities, we don't have an ability we can use right now. Having an option for Speed Boost would be really cool. So he's not the slowest, right? He's got to be 14 or higher at level 5, which is average or better for speed. So it didn't particularly need the ability, but it's definitely one that always helps. Because if you get paralyzed, you can start outspeeding. Or if they lower your speed with Cotton Spore, you get that speed boost back in 2 turns. Trying to find the level 6. Double kick, okay. Sky uppercut. That was a crit. Doesn't have specific moves that we're looking for the Jolteon fight. life score must be slow. He's a level higher and he's not outspeeding us. There it is. Still has the ability. Let's do it. Sorry, Gengar. Maybe next time. Wow, he's really fast and not very strong. I didn't expect the special attack to be so low, to be honest. Because when Ember did 4 damage and we were below average special defense, I was like, okay, that's pretty decent. Fast wall, yeah. That's an accurate description. High HP, good defenses, very fast, no offense. And when we verse this Pokemon, if it still has Smokescreen, it's just gonna be lowering our accuracy. See if you can do it. Ember burn carry, so true. Whoa. I don't know if you saw that, but his Hydro Cannon and Dragon Claw went back up a tick in the PP before they dropped. Ah, we're dead, right? Yeah. That's okay. He wasn't good. Took Azel Fall. I never get the right legendary favorite that I want. It was worth the risk, yeah. Normalize? Ooh. Nope. Maybe it's a good thing I didn't keep Azelf on the favorite. We don't do Alakazam too often. See what he's like. Bad ability, good stats. Would have been a runner if it had an ability. Good attack, good speed, decent bulk, HP. Yes, that is one. I want to say that's the only Pokemon who keeps their original ability, and no other Pokemon will have that ability either. So it's always important to have coverage for it. It's extremely niche, right? Because out of 501 Pokemon, it's not one that you will encounter 8 times in a run. But if you have the ability, if you have the move Skill Swap, taking Wonder Guard can be really fun. And the reason they do that with Shedinja is because they also have it keep 1 HP. So when they're doing the stat distribution on Shedinja, just like a normal one, it's 1 point in the HP and then the rest of the stats are randomized. So in the randomization, it could end up being slow and no offense and all defense, completely ruining the Pokemon because it doesn't need to worry about its defense. But it is allowed to take the ability from it. It would be really cool to run Spiritomb with Skill Swap and take the Wonder Guard. That would be that would be so cool. But it's such a niche situation. It's like, how often are you gonna actually get that ability to, and how many fights are you gonna get that ability? You know what I mean? Counter only affects the last hit of Bullet Seed. That's so funny. I can take one more. I can take one more. Oh, it's really good that I attacked because it made his he's got a healing move. No. I need a poison. He crit. Bronzong versus Latias. Oh, bad ability too, but it does have high special attack Dark Pulse. It might be able to win the rival fight, maybe. Slow, low defense, bad ability. Not a runner, but could get us out of the lab. I honestly don't even remember the last time I saw Shedinja. I want to say it was at Whitney, probably 100 plus run files ago. Yes. So the last shiny that I saw was actually given to us in the lab, which was very, very cool. We were given a shiny Quilava. Other than that, we saw our very first one for HeartGold was shiny Apom in the Bellsprout Tower. We have seen shiny Sunflora, which I got really lucky. Sometimes I'm looking at chat and I'm not looking at the Pokemon passing on the screen, but I just so happened to watch it go up onto the screen, and the color was so close that the only way I knew it was shiny was the stars that formed around it. We also saw a shiny Glalie when at the forest. You know how we go and get 2 items in the forest before heading down the well? I was almost out of the forest and we found a shiny Glalie. Sadly, Quilava did not. I believe Quilava died in the Bellsprout Tower. I don't think it got to the gym. In the other games, I don't remember my shinies that were in Emerald, but I do know we had a shiny Meganium in FireRed. We had a few shinies. I didn't document them. The way I remember these was I was taking screenshots. And it's probably been 1,000 files since I saw that Quilava. I want to say it was in like the early thousands in which I saw it. So it's been a long time since we got a shiny. I was really curious about that too, Zonba. I don't know if it stays shiny when it evolves. I assume it does, because it's like the nature. It carries over. It's like a core identification of the mon itself. Also, give it up for Bronzong flinching the what that was Latios, right? Flinching the Latios and then getting a high roll on the second hit to KO it. That was amazing. He is incredibly strong, but I don't believe in this Bronzong enough to run it. It's too slow and it's too frail. That special defense though, holy crap, 48? I want to do Umbreon first. Drifblim can be a good backup pivot, but I'd like to pivot to Umbreon. Hopefully it's good. I believe it's the highest BST for dark types, if I'm not mistaken, because Drapion is 500. Lock-on Guillotine is really cool, although the way a one-hit KO move works is the higher your level is, you get 1 more accuracy per level. So like in this situation, it would be 33% accurate. And when you're running, you're typically between 6 to 15 higher. So when you're 15 levels higher, 45% accurate. Not always needed to have lock on. I guess it has copycat. I'm a little worried. It only has 1 attack, but it does have copycat to get more attack. It's a tough choice. We'll see what else is here for the third. I want to say this Bronzong special defense is like in the 200s. It's got to be like 220 or higher. Oh, because of my color change. That's right, it went from resisted to super effective. Damn, 227. There was a Crobat, Solid Rock, but no offense, Ice Beam, Dragon Rage. Wow. Sludge. Drifblim, Static. Those stats were fun, yeah. Oh, there was a Blastoise with Water Veil, Earthquake, Dragon Claw, Shadow Sneaks, Stone Edge, Crab Hammer with Rain Dance, Double Kick, Needle Arm, Flamethrower but no special attack. There's this Umbreon, like, good stats on the Umbreon. It was special. Only had Ring Out and Psybeam and Draco Meteor. Dusknoir. Can't be put to sleep. Thunderfang, Razor Leaf. Kind of a split attacker. Dynamic Punch. Force Palm. Had Flamethrower. Slowbro. 214, jeez. There's some special defensive tanks out here. Dry Skin, giving him a ×8 weakness to fire. He was taking after Parasect. And if Sun was up, I would make it, I think it's ×16. If you get hit by a fire move in the Sun with Dry Skin. Your HP decreases in the Sun when you have Dry Skin, but when Sun is up, it gives a boost to fire type moves. So you have the ×4 weakness, you have the fire boosted Drought, and Dry Skin also increases your weakness to fire. So I'm pretty sure the combination of all of that with a ×4 weak Pokemon makes it ×16 for weakness. I saw somebody do like a breakdown on that. They were able to get a Parasect to be, if I remember correctly, the highest they were able to get it was like ×64 weak. I'd have to rewatch the video. It was a long time ago that I saw that video. I had a feeling I would die in the grass. I almost reset in the lab. It's okay. Been finding the video. I try to Google it real quick, or YouTube it real quick, but I couldn't find it. Yeah, I think the way that they did it was you use a Terra Fire Pokemon. Ooh, Kingdra. Kingdra would be a sick pivot. Use a Terra Fire, and then there's a move where you can add another typing to the Parasect. I know Soak changes it to water, but it was a different option. It's a very uncommon move. Forest Curse. That sounds familiar, but I gotta Google it because I don't remember what that does. Adds a grass type. Yeah. Yep. But it fails if the Pokemon is already grass typed, so that might not be it. It's something like that, though. Yeah, Trick or Treat adds Ghost. No! I was gonna pivot to the Kingdra. Own Tempo, Dark Pulse. No! The defenses were really bad and the speed was not good enough. Earthquake, Aqua Tail, Bug Buzz, bro. He was getting every move I wanted. Shadow Punch. Poison Point with Stab, Psychic, Dark Pulse. It was more physical, but the special attack wasn't that bad. Had Judgment. Hit me with a stupid fissure. Ability. Just giving it Crab Hammer and Water Pulse. If it had Water Pulse from the Seadra, that would have been amazing. Dragon Rage with... Dragon Rage, Sandstream, and Detect. This is an annoying Pokemon for the beginning of the game. Because you can Detect, chip a few HP, use Dragon Rage, and then Detect again, and I mean, we're versing Palkia, so I kind of can't pivot. Guess I could scout though. See if anything else has a good move that can handle Palkia. I would have been tempted to run this, but the stats aren't that good. It's kind of slow and it's not offensive enough. Definitely a troll Pokemon though. Because it doesn't really need to worry about the move Faint being a steel type. Yeah, it can break the protect, but it's not going to do a lot of damage. I got 2 Pokeballs. I think I'm just going to risk it. Just go for it. Normally I would scout, but we're versing a Palkia. I don't expect any of these grass Pokemon to be able to handle that. This honestly might not even be able to handle it. We're moving second. Good throw. Let's go! Sacred Fire. Kind of a crazy moveset right now. And stab mirror shot? I don't want to run it. But if I'm not running it, there's no point in me taking this move because I would just click detect for scouting. I'll leave it up to you guys in chat. Do we run this Pokemon? I kind of like it. Ice Beam is really strong. Sacred Fire takes use of the plus attack nature. Dragon Rage will get us through the gym. Not the strongest, but it is pretty tanky. Only has 2 weaknesses. Does Sand Chip. I feel like we've taken the beaten path a few times lately, kind of trying to go against the grain of what we normally use. Yeah, I was almost tempted to get rid of Dragon Rage, but logically, at this time, it gives us a lot more than what Detect would give us early game. we need to hit a tier of the game where we're like, okay, now we have room to get rid of Dragon Rage. And at one point, Zanba, we had a Suicune as our favorite. And that Suicune was not learning moves at all. Everything was bad. It was like mean look, healing moves that I couldn't use. It was just like nothing good. But we started the Suicune run with Dragon Rage. And we brought that Dragon Rage all the way to the gym gauntlet. We were like level 50 something, still using Dragon Rage. It was it was crazy. It's the furthest I've ever gotten a legendary. And it was simply because I had Dragon Rage. I'd click it like 3 times at that point just to get the KO, but it was so tanky that it wasn't dying. So we would just slowly get through every fight. It was quite a fun run, to be honest, but it was frustrating to not get any moves to get rid of Dragon Rage. Unless something pops up good here in this patch right now, I think we just full send it. It's better than scouting ourselves to death, getting stuck in a fight. I wouldn't mind getting like brine or water spout, because if they change the weather, if they change it to drought, we get a boost to our Sacred Fire. If they change it to drizzle, we would get a boost to our water move. I do wish ice moves got a boost in snow. Nice, moon milk. Hell yeah, the goat milk. Full send. Let's do it. Scar. Add Meteor Mash. Ooh, both are 85% accurate. Mirror Shot lowers their accuracy by 30% of the time. Meteor Mash, I want to say it's 20% chance to raise the attack by 1. Our attack is a little lower. This is a tough choice. Would help Sacred Fire to get more attack. What are your thoughts? Meteor Mash is contact. I might say Mirror Shot is better simply to avoid contact, because right now we don't make any contact. If that's the one outlier between the two, because with the difference between special attack and physical that we have at this time, base stat wise, they equal pretty much the same damage output. Stab Mirror Shot is 97.5, Stab Meteor Mash is 150. So yeah, Meteor Mash might do a little bit more damage depending on what their defensive stats look like. However, making contact, I don't think it's ideal. Unless you think the offense is more important. What are your thoughts? I'm thinking Mirror Shot might be better, yeah, to keep. I mean, maybe late game, when we're looking at move relearner, if it gets there, would be something to consider re-looking at and calculating. Yeah, Dragon Rage plus Sacred Fire should be able to do everything we needed to for now. Because like Dragon Rage is our only answer to water types. So I probably wouldn't keep both on, but I would only run one steel type move, as it doesn't cover for much. It only covers for rock and ice. And yeah, it covers for other things neutrally, but super effective is far more superior. That girl is not a trainer, correct? We can talk to her next time we're over there, because I don't remember what she says. Heal. I'll take that. hoping that this next move covers for water and fire type Pokemon so we can get rid of Dragon Rage. I'll take that. That's not bad. Yeah. Thanks for the calcium. Helps my Ice Beam and Mirror Shot. It's tempting. It's tempting to do Silver Wind. Covers for psychic types, like Deoxys. It would have to be Dragon Rage, so I'm just trying to decide if that's worth it or not. It's less PP. Covers the water types a little bit, but not the fire types, yeah. Or water poison. Yeah, it's literally all fire types, and then Tentacruel, Poliwrath. It doesn't cover for Poliwrath either. Water fighting, Quillfish, Tentacool. Next move at 20. I think I have to say no. I don't want to say no, but I think I have to because of the fire types. Yeah, because like if my other moves don't do 40 HP on a fire type, it's not worth getting rid of Dragon Rage at this time. Speaking of fire types, there it is. My offense was better. If I was like plus special attack instead of physical, I probably could have gotten away with it. I was worried it was going to be a fire type on that one. That was a level 15. Nice crit. Alright, GG. Signal Beam is no longer a move in the newer games? Interesting. I didn't know that. So, no Silver Wind, I assume no Ominous Wind either, right? Ancient Power is still in the newer games, so that's weird. I'm like 75% sure Ancient Power is still in the new games. Damn, he chewed that. Only Ancient Power remains of the three? That sucks. Other two are really cool moves. Big XP out of that. Hell yeah. Alright, we got this. Nice. Alright, that was the level 20 out of the way. Yeah, Signal Beam being given to some Pokemon definitely helped them just have more potential. So that's definitely a sad one to lose. Good burn. And to make sure we don't miss. Nice. GG. I was quite confident Skarmory would get past this area. Really, the next gym that's going to put the challenge to this Mon. Because once we're not relying on Dragon Rage, the damage output will not be substantial. We're gonna suffer on the like below average offense. Any recommendations for a name though? This is what, our second Pokemon past the first gym tonight? Happy with that. Lately we've had some streams where we didn't even get to the first gym. Dynablade, that's a cool name. Once I get my HM Pokemon, we'll add that. Looking for the Tangela. I guess Ladybuzz, not bad. Do that. Dinoblade. Okay. Sounds good. The ability doesn't technically affect the fight on the Ladybug, but it does make it less likely to get knocked out by the opponent. So I'd rather get a different HM Pokemon, which is allowed. If you're not happy with your HM Pokemon, you are allowed to make a free pivot with it. As long as the other option doesn't affect the fight either. Dynablade is from Kirby. Giant bird mother with steel wings. That's cool. Let me look it up. That sounds really cool. I never... Sadly, I always liked Kirby from the Smash games, but I never actually played a Kirby game. Ooh, that's cool. Hell yeah, it does look like Ho-Oh, you're right. Synchronize, that affects it. Alright, I guess I'll just stick with the, I'll just stick with the Ladybug, that's fine. Because it's like, yes, the Tangela would get one shot and wouldn't get hit by secondary effects, but if they use like Will-O-Wisp or Thunder Wave, then the Synchronize would activate and that affects the fight. Upper Barrett, that's pretty good. Weird that Ice Beam is only 10 PP, but Flamethrower and Thunderbolt are 15. I wonder why. Would have been great if Ice Beam was 15 PP. It'd be a lot more potential out of it. Next move, actually right here. Okay, what do we get? Giga Impact, that's a recoil move, right? No, it's a recharge move. Now we have to wait till 28, which is near the end of the well. Hyper Potion, nice. I know we have new people in the chat and like lurkers and whatnot. One thing I'd like to explain, you may notice as we use repels, I'll always cancel it and then remake it. So there's a bug in the coding for the randomizer in the ROM where when you use the auto select to restart the repel, it can freeze the game. And they tried to fix it after I brought it up to them. And they fixed it. But the problem with the fix was you could no longer buy repels. It completely deleted them from all Pokemarts across the entire game in every single town. So you could find them on the ground in the randomized items, but you never have enough repels because of it. So I was told the safest way to get through it is to simply restart the repel cycle each and every time. It's really just because I've had 2 runners that ended, not because they died, but because the game completely froze and crashed, and I had to just physically restart the entire thing with a new file. Yeah, all the Rotoms, yeah, right? The fight before that had a Rotom. That guy had 2 Rotoms. I would be willing to run Rotom, but in the grass, you only find the base version, which is 440 BST, and the variant, like the appliance Rotoms have higher BST, but they don't spawn. So I never run it. It's a devastating bug, yeah. That's a great question, Zanba. They are not abilities in the randomizer. Shadow Tag and Arena Trap especially would be... How do I say it? They would be cool, but they wouldn't be good. Like, if I had a let's say a ghost type, or even possibly like a normal type, even Skarmory wouldn't be bad for it, right? Because you're immune to ground and poison. So like if you could trap a Pokemon who doesn't have moves to hit you with, it would help. Other than that, like there isn't really any like the most value in those moves. Uh-oh. Color change. Okay, so if I... Okay. Whew. I was gonna try to change his typing to where I could hit him super effective after, but he had no special defense. Exactly. That's exactly why Zonba is, because you wouldn't be able to escape a wild encounter if they had those abilities. So they took them out of the game. I appreciate you mentioning Magnet Pull. That's actually one I never thought about, but it's the same encounter situation. I only ever thought about Shadow Tag and Arena Trap when I learned about that. More plot armor. Alright, maybe this can be a run. Yes, those would be all of the trapping abilities. I think there's trapping moves, but I think they come in later generations. Awesome. There is no type change, like there's no soak, there's no I think Forest Curse and Trick or Treat were later when Trevenant came out, but there's no soak, which is nice. Mean Look and Block are in the game. Those two moves are still available. Which I love when the AI clicks it. I hate when I get it as a level up move, because there's no point in it on a Mon. Spiderweb is also in the game. Hey, we said it at the same time. Alright, this is the last guaranteed fight where Dragon Rage will one-shot. From here, everything is 17 or higher. I think the well has some 14s, but regardless, like, this is the... What? He is big HP. But yeah, that was the last fight where guaranteed to one-shot with Dragon Rage. Everything from here likely be 2. still kind of scared of how often Pokemon are being faster than us. Our speed is not that good. Berry juice. Okay, I gotta remember I had that. I think I might have been able to win without using all of those heals against that Relican, and then save those heals for where we lost. Had I been holding it at the Bugsy fight last time. If they use Destiny Bond, right, by being faster than us, or even if they are slower than us and they live a hit and they use Destiny Bond, we can stall with chip damage. And if they are faster, our offense not being the highest could actually come in clutch, where we almost KO them and then they die to the chip damage. Pretty gimmicky, but like there's a weird synergy happening with this Pokemon where if luck is just a little bit friendly with us, I could see this going pretty far. Or I am before the gym. Meditite either had Magic Guard or Cloud9. Spore, not allowed. Great move, can't use it. Because in this generation, grass types are not immune to it. So it's pretty busted. If you're fast and you have Spore, I guess he could have also been Sandvale. Could have been Sandvale. So there's 3 abilities that we gotta identify. Ooh. Should be one more in this fight. Breakthrough. Eek. Oh, I'm already confused. Ha. No. Oh. Oof. That's fine. That's fine. There's only one Mon left. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. GG. Yeah, really weird synergy happening with this Pokemon, but it's working. Right? Like our HP isn't crazy high, it's not low, but our HP isn't crazy high where chip damage does a lot. And even though we have plus attack and minus defense, confusion damage won't be a lot either because our defense is still higher. Right, let's win this. Good miss, good miss. Really good miss. Oh no, my speed. I tended to go for the burn. I didn't get it. That's fine though. No burn? I can't keep risking it. Nice. GG. Let's go. Gonna have to try to balance our PP out here. Speed tied with Palkia at -1 speed, that's good to know. And he was the ace of that fight. He was level 27. Next time that we see him, we should have a bigger width between our levels. Crit. And I crit back. Okay. Wow. Wow. A full heal. Almost tempted to not even take off the paralyze because it avoids me from getting burned or put to sleep. And if I do get paralyzed, well, at least I still get chip damage from. Okay, good miss, good miss. And underwater, he doesn't get sand chip. Ooh, stab bounce. Ah, damn, that's a tough choice. yes, it covers for both water and fire. It's just low PP and low accuracy, though it makes them take an extra turn of sand chip. I have to say it's between Dragon Rage and Mirror Shot. It is contact, just unfortunate. I would have preferred like Air Slash or even Chatter. Does make us a little exposed to like Sky Uppercut. Can also paralyze. Which I wouldn't mind. Like, yeah, I get the importance of like choosing one or the other for burn or paralyze, but like if you paralyze stall them with sand chip, that could still help, because like technically we're also countering with, and it's only 10% true on Ice Beam Freeze, but we are capable of getting it. Choice. Dragon Rage has been nice to finish KOs. I want to say it's more between Mirror Shot and Bounce than it is Dragon Rage and Bounce. If I lost Mirror Shot though, my rock type coverage isn't that good. With flying, I don't have an answer to Lantern. If I lose Dragon Rage, if I lose Steel, don't have an answer. Well, my answer to Rock, Water, Fire, Rock, and Water Electric is Dragon Rage. I gain 12 super effective moves having Steel. What are your thoughts on this is another tough choice. It would have been a little bit more clear cut if it was a better flying move. Mirror Shot and Bounce both have 85 accuracy. So if I got rid of Dragon Rage, I'd be running 3 inaccurate moves. I'm on the fence. I want to take it, but I also don't. Mirror Shot, how far into the run is Dragon Rage useful? This is where it starts to be less useful. However, let's say we get rid of Dragon Rage, we're only at 30 PP in total. 10 Mirror Shot, 10 Ice Beam, and then 5 and 5. So if we got rid of it now, our next problem is not having enough PP. We could say no to Bounce. I agree. I like the accuracy drop of Mirror Shot. My logic is, let's say I don't get a full KO with a super effective Ice Beam, Mirror Shot, Sacred Fire balance. But I do 70%. Dragon Rage is like free PP to know that if they're at 30% health, 40% health, Dragon Rage is gonna KO it while saving my moves for the rest of the fights. I guess my next gym, between here and my next gym, there's no dungeon. There's one small one, but it's so easy that I don't really stress about it ever. And I get 2 moves plus the gym TM right now. I could see this being a good place to get rid of Dragon Rage. It is like a better Super Fang right now, 100%. That is very factual. It's a good way to describe it. Would give me more PP for the gym right now. Guess what? One more here. 2, 3, 4. There's 10 Pokemon left here. So I guess I don't really have to stress about PP for a while. The next place I do is the lighthouse. If I get a PP max, I'm throwing it on Ice Beam. Because that'll give me 6 more. I can see Bounce being used at the Elite 4. But I think for now we say no. I don't know, it's really tempting. It'd be a stronger stab than what we already have. Because right now our stab is 97.5. This would be add an extra 42.5, so it would be 127.5. It's really good. And that extra turn of Sand Chip. I wouldn't even give it a second thought if it was 100% accurate. I think that's really where it comes in. The inaccuracy. You're right. If I stay paralyzed right now, it actually could be worse clicking Bounce because it gives 2 turns of me not doing anything. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I know I always like overcomplicate making a decision like that, but we have time and time again proven that making the wrong choice can end a run. So I always want to do what I can to try to make the best choice possible. Oof. It's the real Dino Blade. He's here. Nice, good one shot, buddy. Good one shot. And I get a free turn of healing because he has to recharge. Broke through the para, broke through the confusion, and one shot. That was sick. Where's our own tempo from before? Yeah. A special attack. We break through and he dies to the sand. Perfect. Let's go. That was awesome. Don't need the Pecha. I had a special attack. That's ground, which we don't need. We do have the Lepa berries if we need them, and we have the ether. So like, I know we were stressing about PP, but I do have 30 PP recovery. So when we're in a dungeon, we'll have that to like help prolong the run. That's not the matchup I wanted to start with, especially because it has a citrus berry. And it has stab flare blitz and one shots me. Hello, darkness, my old friend. So correct. You are the only items that you're allowed to hold in a Kaizo run is healing items like the resistant berries, the orange berry, citrus berry, status recovery berries. So any berries you're allowed to hold, and you're also allowed to hold herbs. So the white herb, the power herb for bounce, and the mental herb for the attract charm. So those are the only herbs and berries. In a regular IronMon, you are allowed to use battle items. Natural items, yup. Damn, stab, flare blitz, that was tough. It was a good run. I had fun with that. We'll check to see if he had lower speed. I'm curious if the paralyze is why I lost that. Octazuka here, that could have been good. And Ore Sphere, oh, love to have gotten Ore Sphere. That was at the end of the gym gauntlet at Price. $91. Where were we at? 39. Oh no. Yeah, that was instant loss. Yeah. We were gonna lose that right then and there. $140 attack with stab and 160 speed while holding the citrus berry and no big answer to hit him with. Unfortunate. Wanted to see the Sceptile. Glass Canine. Yeah, Glass Canine. Licky, special attacker, poison heal. There's a Lucario with no offense and no HP. Wow. Big tank with shell armor, couldn't be crit. Been annoying. Flamethrower. Pokemon like this is a great reason to have Dragon Rage. Sacred Fire would have done decent to it, and the burn would have gone a long way. Unless he had counter, and then I would have died to it. Wasn't really any good pivots. Yo, what's up, Lord Wolfgang? How you doing? Good morning, good morning. Have yourself a great day at work, my friend. It do be that time, huh? Yeah, one more? All of the lords in the chat. Lords of the Round Table. Bro, we're 25 away from 400. I started pretty late, I started pretty late, Wolfgang. Took a nap in the afternoon yesterday. Played some video games with my friend, then relaxed a little bit, and I was starting to get bored without being tired. So I was like, I wasn't going to. When I finished gaming with my friend, it was pretty late. He unboxed a knife in the game we play. Really nice skin that he was able to get. So we celebrated and hung out. But I was getting bored and I wanted to play some video games without going back to that other game. So I was like, I'll stream. I wasn't going to, and I was like, yeah, let's do it. Oh, wrong nature. Once again, too slow. Thank you, Zonba. I appreciate it. Have a great night. Sleep well. And I will see you in the next stream. See you soon. We've been running some pretty off the wall, off the beaten path Pokemon tonight. I'd like to see an actual like core mainstream runner before we end. Some high BST Pokemon with good speed, one good offense, and that offense have stab. I can pivot? Okay, cool. We're only versing a Dratini, so we can be pretty flexible with what we go with. Yeah, true runners, like, just very narrow, what's the word I'm looking for? Your average run-of-the-mill runner would be really nice to get. Like, I don't know if you saw that last one. It was a Skarmory with Sandstream. So it was doing like chip damage. It had a really good early game move that loses value over time. And then Sacred Fire Burn. So you get double chip damage. Caught the end of it. It was cool, but it was impossible to beat that first Pokemon of Bugsy. It was faster than us and hit us with the strongest fire move in the game. stronger than the Sacred Fire by 20 points. So 120 plus stab would be 180, and then super effective makes it 360 base power. Yeah, not living that. Infaros isn't bad. 2 Infaros. We had a pretty cool Electabuzz earlier too that had Levitate. Yeah, takes its only weakness and turns it into an immunity. But if I remember correctly, that too died at Bugsy. Or it might have died on the way to Bugsy. Maybe the first gym? I don't know, it's all blending together right now. There's the 5. That's Weather Ball. Good special attack. I like that. And it has Scrappy. Glass Cannon. A little scary. Good speed. I can see this being a runner. I have to look at number 3 over here. Oh well. I was getting a little annoyed with the war total trapping us. "20 special attack, 17 speed" is really good. Yeah, Glass Cannon. Very low defense. Good HP, but very, very low defense. Yeah, 20 at 5. That'll be like 28 at 8. That's awesome. That's really good. That's probably like 140, 160 BST for special attack. Okay, he missed. That's big. But I low rolled that last hit. It would have been a 2-shot if I didn't low roll. Oh, but I crit! Let's go! Let's go! The GOAT. EP max. Very nice. Feel that, Wolfgang. I feel that. Welcome. You have any trucks today? I've done that on a couple Saturdays when you're streaming. Sit in my car watching. Just one. Easy. Easy peasy. Kind of tempted to run this for the first fight. I am curious what number 3 is over here. I know today's video isn't performing the best, but I am glad that I uploaded it. Getting that going. First stream back tonight, hell yeah. Try to finish Mother 3. Nice. That'll be good. There it is. Right. Yeah. Kind of hit or miss sometimes if the video will bomb or do well. If I was to recommend a goofy game that will be good for, because I know you like doing like I don't think rage is the right word. Like a game that has some difficulty to it. It's called I Wanna Be the Boshi, which is BOSHY. It was released in 2010. your more produced videos don't do as well? Huh. Like videos that take more production to make? That game is really, the game I just recommended though, it's really goofy. Your first boss fight is Hello Kitty. What else is there? There's Ryu from Street Fighter. You versus Mario. There's Sonic. The Sonic one was so tough. The game looks wild. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's a pretty crazy game. I've been thinking about playing it on stream. It's a crazy tough game. But like, it's one of those games where when you learn the sequences, you can get through it like smoother and smoother after each try. I thought your last video was a really strong video. Lux Ray is pretty good. Slow start though. Oof. If we can get one without slow start, that could be a good pivot. Although it's really fast, isn't it? Level 8 and is faster than 25, which isn't really needed. It's good to have good speed. I mean, I guess if it's 26, that'd be pretty good. Moonstone, okay. Right now it's between Baros or the possibility of a secondary ability. Oh, another Lux Ray, wow. I was about to say Lux Ray and then he shows up. The possibility of a second option on a Lux Ray. Slow start. think this might be the only option. There was the Nidorino. Oh, never mind. Good defense. Let's Riz it up. How much Riz does he have? Unaware. Nature. Actually think it's worse. I didn't mind Glass Cannon with how much offense we had. Just needed some better moves on the Ampharos. But this, it's like offense is so low with the low defense. The other special attack we were getting was Sludge and Ring Out. Oh, we were getting Lava Plume. Nature Power wouldn't have been bad on this. Would have been Try Attack in the gym. 150. I said 140. It was 150. It's good to know. If we have 20 special... If we have a stat at 20 at level 5, it's 150. Luxray did not have another ability. Unfortunate. Can't end on that. It's not a good place to end. So we'll do one more. Last one. Huntail versus Lugia. No, thank you. Oof. Yo, Crank in the house. Good morning. I started very late, Crank, so we are still live at this time. But this was actually around the time I was planning on ending. So this will be our last file. Hope you have a good day ahead of you today. Ah, my brother-in. Hello, brother. Have to head out soon yourself. We had some pretty unique runners tonight, Crank. We had a Levitate Electabuzz. We had a Sandstream Skarmory. We had one more. What was the other one? The Sandstream Skarmory had Dragon Rage as well. Ooh, Tentacruel. Hey, oh, we had a Lapras. We had an own tempo Lapras with Ice Punch and Fire Punch. Whoa, big crit. Hell yeah. Hey, welcome back, Am. Hope your day is going well. Just got home from college. Nice. Sadly, we are back at the lab. Alright, we have to pray we don't get into a fight on the way to Pokemon Center. Okay, whew. That could have been bad. I really need a pivot. We're bulky, we're taking these hits, but getting stuck into the fight multiple turns in a row. It's just too many variables for the RNG to win. Just haven't seen anything. Oh, Tentacruel. I totally forgot about that. Oh yeah. Decent speed on the tentacle, that's good. I just hope that the move lost at level 5 was heal block. That would be good. It would be okay to lose Fire Spin, but always have to fear Shedinja being right around the corner. You know it keeps Ice Fang, because it used that at level 6. Or Odin. Honestly, any of those moves can go. I don't mind that. It's keeping Ice Fang, so anything else would be good. You have a midterm tomorrow. You've been studying a week for. What subject is it? Catch it. Not the pivot I'm going for. I can ignore it because it trapped me and I had no other choice other than knocking it out, which I did not want to do. C++ coding, ooh. I would be the wrong person to provide any help on that. I tried computer science and like took a coding class. I was very, very bad at it. It was not for me. Frustration, okay. Not ideal, but it'll get me through the early game. If I don't stick with this Mon for the run, it'll at least get me a little bit better scouting opportunities. Magic Guard is really good. Neutral Nature, Special Attacker. Offense and speed are mediocre. I mean, luckily computer science covers a vast amount of options, and like coding is just a specific part of it. So hopefully when you accomplish getting your degree, you can follow a path within it where it's more to your liking. I give you props though. It always, on the outside, it always seems simple. You're just putting in information on a screen, but that information has to be so specific with no errors in a specific format. It's not as easy as it looks from the outside. So I give you immense props for pursuing it. And once you get your degree, the jobs pay well in that field. I don't know, this tentacruel, it's not bad, it's not great. So if I could find something else, I'd be happy. Which year are you in, Am? Are you still in first year? First year. If I was in that position, which I have actually experienced that position. I just ended up going into the workforce after instead of going into my second year. I would take summer options to help build my strength in the subjects that would allow me to, transition to the second year. And I may be wrong on this, but I believe second year you get better scholarship opportunities. First year has a lot of just like basic curriculum. So I wouldn't put too much pressure on yourself this year and just work towards getting that accomplishment for your grades next year so that, oh no, he crit. Damn. But to finish that point, so that then after you finish your basic educations, your final years, if and when you get that scholarship to go to America College, you won't have to do basic educations in America. You can do specific options. There really was no pivots, they were all pretty mid. Amen to that. Life is tough, my friend. I'm right there with you. Do we do one more? I'm just gonna end it. That is it. It's 10 of. Yeah, I think I end it here. It was a really fun stream though. Exactly, Am. You counter it with your own strength. That's what I say. It may be strong, but you can be stronger. And you have the support to help that. But GG's, well played. Good stream. Had a lot of fun. Really cool mons. We weren't stuck in the lab, so that was good. That was a plus. Wasn't a drag. Thank you all for your support. We will stream maybe in 6 to 8 hours if I'm not busy. We'll see. But hope you guys all have a great day. And I'll see you next time. Take care. Peace.